Hello, my friend. Today I will tell you another long-forgotten legend. Close your eyes and let the magic transport you to Middle-earth. Our journey begins.
Night had settled softly over northern Mirkwood, and the forest breathed with the whisper of leaves, as though the trees themselves were remembering ancient tales. High upon a ridge where the elms grew tall and silver, Legolas Greenleaf stood watch. His night had settled softly over northern Mirkwood, and the forest breathed with the whisper of leaves, as though the trees themselves were remembering ancient tales. High upon a ridge where the elms grew tall and silver, Legolas Greenleaf stood watch, his keen eyes scanning the darkened valley below. Weeks had passed since his return from the War of the Ring, yet the peace that ought to have followed victory felt uncertain, fragile, like a bowstring drawn too tight. The greenwood was healing, yes. The shadow of Dol Guldur had lifted, and the black vapors that once clung to the southern woods had thinned. But danger was not wholly gone. Thranduil's scouts had brought word of orc bands, roaming like wounded beasts across the mountains, seeking new lairs now that their master had fallen. These were not large hosts, but broken remnants, bitter, desperate, and still cruel. And such foes could cause great harm if left unchecked. Legolas exhaled quietly, his thoughts drifting to the familiar paths of the forest, to the sound of the river running, to the faces of friends who had not returned from war. Among them was Larthun, a companion since youth, swift of tongue and fleet of foot. They had stood side by side in the Battle of the Five Armies, and later in Gondor, though Larthun had returned home first to guard the northern borders. Legolas had hoped to meet him upon his own homecoming. But 2 nights before, grim tidings reached the king's halls. A patrol near the forest river had been ambushed. Larthun had fallen, struck down by an orc captain known as Gortrash the Scarred, a brute once sworn to Dol Guldur. Legolas had listened in silence as the scout spoke, though his hands tightened until the leather of his gloves creaked. Old wounds, thought healed, stirred anew. Now he waited for Thranduil, who had called for him after sunset. The king approached with the measured steps of one who bore centuries of memory. His cloak shimmered like dew-covered moss in the moonlight, but there was little softness in his gaze. "You know why I have summoned you?" Thranduil said, his voice low. Legolas inclined his head. "I do, and I've spoken with the patrol who survived. I know the orc who led the attack. I mean to hunt him." Thranduil's eyes narrowed, though not in anger. "Gortrash is but one creature among many. Reports speak of orcs gathering in the Grey Mountains. They move with unusual purpose. Someone guides them or something." Legolas met his father's gaze unflinchingly. "Then let me uncover the truth, but I will not abandon Larthun's death to silence. Justice must be done." "Justice," Thranduil said, "not vengeance. The line between them is thin, my son, and perilous to tread." A wind passed through the high boughs, carrying the distant hoot of an owl. For a moment, neither spoke. At last, Thranduil nodded. "You shall go, but you will not go alone." From the shadows stepped a company of elven hunters, 4 who had fought beside Legolas in many battles. Tathar, sharp-eyed and loyal, Ariswin, skilled with blade and bow alike, Linor, quiet as snowfall, and Ferion, whose laughter had often eased long marches. Their faces were solemn now, lit faintly by the moon. "We ride at dawn," Tathar said softly. Legolas felt a steady resolve kindle within him. Though grief stung his heart, a clear purpose formed, one that bound loyalty, justice, and duty into a single path. He touched the empty quiver at his side, remembering the arrows he had spent in far-off lands. "A new hunt begins," he murmured. As the company descended the ridge, the forest rustled around them as though listening. Somewhere in the distant dark, across the river and through the tangled woods, an orc captain with a scarred face carried Larthan's blood upon his blade. And farther still, unseen dangers stirred in the deep places of the mountains. The journey had begun, and though Legolas did not yet know it, the trail ahead would test not only his skill and courage, but the very balance of his heart, caught between the fire of vengeance and the steadier flame of justice. Dawn crept slowly over Mirkwood, casting pale gold upon the treetops as though the sun hesitated before stepping into the vast green realm. Mist lay low upon the forest floor, curling between the roots of ancient oaks and drifting across the narrow paths where Legolas and his companions prepared their quiet departure. The elves moved swiftly and without fanfare, for Thranduil's halls did not rejoice when the business ahead concerned bloodshed and loss. Legolas checked the fletching on his arrows, running a thumb along each shaft. His grief for Larthan had settled into a cold, stern focus, and though he felt the sting of it beneath his ribs, he forced himself to breathe steadily. There was work to be done, dangerous work, and sorrow could not be allowed to cloud his judgment. Tathar approached, his cloak brushing softly against the dewy grass. "The scouts traced Gortrash's trail northward," he said. "The orcs crossed the forest river 2 nights past. Their tracks are heavy, as if they carried spoils, or wounded." "That may slow them," Legolas replied. "Yet they will not linger. They know they are hunted." Ariswen joined them, tightening the leather guard around her wrist. "The orc captain left marks upon the trees," she said, "crude but deliberate, as if to taunt us." Legolas's jaw tightened. Gortrash had always delighted in cruelty. The reports from the patrol had described him well, tall for an orc with a long black scar across his brow and a cunning mind sharpened by years in the service of Dol Guldur. He was no careless brute, he was a survivor. The company set out beneath the trees, following the path lit by slanting morning light. Their steps left only the faintest impressions, for elves could pass through the forest as lightly. Night had settled softly over northern Mirkwood, and the forest breathed with the whisper of leaves, as though the trees themselves were remembering ancient tales. High upon a ridge where the elms grew tall and silver, Legolas Greenleaf stood watch, his keen eyes scanning the darkened valley below. Weeks had passed since his return from the War of the Ring, yet the peace that ought to have followed victory felt uncertain, fragile, like a bowstring drawn too tight. The greenwood was healing, yes. The shadow of Dol Guldur had lifted, and the black vapors that once clung to the southern woods had thinned. But danger was not wholly gone. Thranduil night had settled softly over northern Mirkwood, and the forest breathed with the whisper of leaves, as though the trees themselves were remembering ancient tales. High upon a ridge where the elms grew tall and silver, Legolas Greenleaf stood watch, his keen eyes scanning the darkened valley below. Weeks had passed since his return from the War of the Ring, yet the peace that ought to have followed victory felt uncertain, fragile, like a bowstring drawn too tight. The greenwood was healing, yes. The shadow of Dol Guldur had lifted, and the black vapors that once clung to the southern woods had thinned, but danger was not wholly gone. Thranduil's scouts had brought word of orc bands roaming like wounded beasts across the mountains, seeking new lairs now that their master had fallen. These were not large hosts, but broken remnants, bitter, desperate, and still cruel. And such foes could cause great harm if left unchecked. Legolas exhaled quietly, his thoughts drifting to the familiar paths of the forest, to the sound of the river running, to the faces of friends who had not returned from war. Among them was Larthun, a companion since youth, swift of tongue and fleet of foot. They had stood side by side in the Battle of the Five Armies, and later in Gondor, though Larthun had returned home first to guard the northern borders. Legolas had hoped to meet him upon his own homecoming. But 2 nights before, grim tidings reached the king's halls. A patrol near the forest river had been ambushed. Larthun had fallen, struck down by an orc captain known as Gortrash the Scarred, a brute once sworn to Dol Guldur. Legolas had listened in silence as the scout spoke, though his hands tightened until the leather of his gloves creaked. Old wounds, thought healed, stirred anew. Now he waited for Thranduil, who had called for him after sunset. The king approached with the measured steps of one who bore centuries of memory. His cloak shimmered like dew-covered moss in the moonlight, but there was little softness in his gaze. "You know why I have summoned you?" Thranduil said, his voice low. Legolas inclined his head. "I do, and I've spoken with the patrol who survived. I know the orc who led the attack. I mean to hunt him." Thranduil's eyes narrowed, though not in anger. "Gortrash is but one creature among many. Reports speak of orcs gathering in the Grey Mountains. They move with unusual purpose. Someone guides them or something." Legolas met his father's gaze unflinchingly. "Then let me uncover the truth, but I will not abandon Larthun's death to silence. Justice must be done." "Justice," Thranduil said, "not vengeance. The line between them is thin, my son, and perilous to tread." A wind passed through the high boughs, carrying the distant hoot of an owl. For a moment, neither spoke. At last, Thranduil nodded. "You shall go, but you will not go alone." From the shadows stepped a company of elven hunters, 4 who had fought beside Legolas in many battles. Tathar, sharp-eyed and loyal, Ariswin, skilled with blade and bow alike, Linor, quiet as snowfall, and Ferion, whose laughter had often eased long marches. Their faces were solemn now, lit faintly by the moon. "We ride at dawn," Tathar said softly. Legolas felt a steady resolve kindle within him. Though grief stung his heart, a clear purpose formed, one that bound loyalty, justice, and duty into a single path. He touched the empty quiver at his side, remembering the arrows he had spent in far-off lands. "A new hunt begins," he murmured. As the company descended the ridge, the forest rustled around them as though listening. Somewhere in the distant dark, across the river and through the tangled woods, an orc captain with a scarred face carried Larthun's blood upon his blade. And farther still, unseen dangers stirred in the deep places of the mountains. The journey had begun, and though Legolas did not yet know it, the trail ahead would test not only his skill and courage, but the very balance of his heart, caught between the fire of vengeance and the steadier flame of justice. Dawn crept slowly over Mirkwood, casting pale gold upon the treetops as though the sun hesitated before stepping into the vast green realm. Mist lay low upon the forest floor, curling between the roots of ancient oaks and drifting across the narrow paths where Legolas and his companions prepared their quiet departure. The elves moved swiftly and without fanfare, for Thranduil's halls did not rejoice when the business ahead concerned bloodshed and loss. Legolas checked the fletching on his arrows, running a thumb along each shaft. His grief for Larthen had settled into a cold, stern focus, and though he felt the sting of it beneath his ribs, he forced himself to breathe steadily. There was work to be done, dangerous work, and sorrow could not be allowed to cloud his judgment. Tathar approached, his cloak brushing softly against the dewy grass. The scouts traced Gortrash's trail northward, he said. The orcs crossed the forest river 2 nights past. Their tracks are heavy, as if they carried spoils, or wounded. That may slow them, Legolas replied, yet they will not linger. Night had settled softly over northern Mirkwood, and the forest breathed with the whisper of leaves, as though the trees themselves were remembering ancient tales. High upon a ridge where the elms grew tall and silver, Legolas Greenleaf stood watch. His night had settled softly over northern Mirkwood, and the forest breathed with the whisper of leaves, as though the trees themselves were remembering ancient tales. High upon a ridge where the elms grew tall and silver, Legolas Greenleaf stood watch, his keen eyes scanning the darkened valley below. Weeks had passed since his return from the War of the Ring, yet the peace that ought to have followed victory felt uncertain, fragile, like a bowstring drawn too tight. The greenwood was healing, yes. The shadow of Dol Guldur had lifted, and the black vapors that once clung to the southern woods had thinned. But danger was not wholly gone. Thranduil's scouts had brought word of orc bands, roaming like wounded beasts across the mountains, seeking new lairs now that their master had fallen. These were not large hosts, but broken remnants, bitter, desperate, and still cruel. And such foes could cause great harm if left unchecked. Legolas exhaled quietly, his thoughts drifting to the familiar paths of the forest, to the sound of the river running, to the faces of friends who had not returned from war. Among them was Larthen, a companion since youth, swift of tongue and fleet of foot. They had stood side by side in the Battle of the 5 Armies, and later in Gondor, though Larthen had returned home first to guard the northern borders. Legolas had hoped to meet him upon his own homecoming. But 2 nights before, grim tidings reached the king's halls. A patrol near the forest river had been ambushed. Larthen had fallen, struck down by an orc captain known as Gortrash the Scarred, a brute once sworn to Dol Guldur. Legolas had listened in silence as the scout spoke, though his hands tightened until the leather of his gloves creaked. Old wounds, thought healed, stirred anew. Now he waited for Thranduil, who had called for him after sunset. The king approached with the measured steps of one who bore centuries of memory. His cloak shimmered like dew-covered moss in the moonlight, but there was little softness in his gaze. "You know why I have summoned you?" Thranduil said, his voice low. Legolas inclined his head. "I do, and I've spoken with the patrol who survived. I know the orc who led the attack. I mean to hunt him." Thranduil's eyes narrowed, though not in anger. "Gortrash is but one creature among many. Reports speak of orcs gathering in the Grey Mountains. They move with unusual purpose. Someone guides them or something." Legolas met his father's gaze unflinchingly. "Then let me uncover the truth, but I will not abandon Larthen's death to silence. Justice must be done." "Justice," Thranduil said, "not vengeance. The line between them is thin, my son, and perilous to tread. A wind passed through the high boughs, carrying the distant hoot of an owl. For a moment, neither spoke. At last, Thranduil nodded. "You shall go, but you will not go alone." From the shadows stepped a company of elven hunters, 4 who had fought beside Legolas in many battles. Tathar, sharp-eyed and loyal, Ariswin, skilled with blade and bow alike, Linor, quiet as snowfall, and Ferion, whose laughter had often eased long marches. Their faces were solemn now, lit faintly by the moon. "We ride at dawn," Tathar said softly. Legolas felt a steady resolve kindle within him. Though grief stung his heart, a clear purpose formed, one that bound loyalty, justice, and duty into a single path. He touched the empty quiver at his side, remembering the arrows he had spent in far-off lands. "A new hunt begins," he murmured. As the company descended the ridge, the forest rustled around them as though listening. Somewhere in the distant dark, across the river and through the tangled woods, an orc captain with a scarred face carried Larthan's blood upon his blade. And farther still, unseen dangers stirred in the deep places of the mountains. The journey had begun, and though Legolas did not yet know it, the trail ahead would test not only his skill and courage, but the very balance of his heart, caught between the fire of vengeance and the steadier flame of justice. Dawn crept slowly over Mirkwood, casting pale gold upon the treetops as though the sun hesitated before stepping into the vast green realm. Mist lay low upon the forest floor, curling between the roots of ancient oaks and drifting across the narrow paths where Legolas and his companions prepared their quiet departure. The elves moved swiftly and without fanfare, for Thranduil's halls did not rejoice when the business ahead concerned bloodshed and loss. Legolas checked the fletching on his arrows, running a thumb along each shaft. His grief for Larthan had settled into a cold, stern focus, and though he felt the sting of it beneath his ribs, he forced himself to breathe steadily. There was work to be done, dangerous work, and sorrow could not be allowed to cloud his judgment. Tathar approached, his cloak brushing softly against the dewy grass. "The scouts traced Gortrash's trail northward," he said. "The orcs crossed the forest river 2 nights past. Their tracks are heavy, as if they carried spoils, or wounded." "That may slow them," Legolas replied. "Yet they will not linger. They know they are hunted." Ariswin joined them, tightening the leather guard around her wrist. "The orc captain left marks upon the trees," she said, "crude but deliberate, as if to taunt us." Legolas's jaw tightened. Gortrash had always delighted in cruelty. The reports from the patrol had described him well, tall for an orc with a long black scar across his brow and a cunning mind sharpened by years in the service of Dol Guldur. He was no careless brute, he was a survivor. The company set out beneath the trees, following the path lit by slanting morning light. Their steps left only the faintest impressions, for elves could pass through the forest as lightly as whispers. Birds stirred as they went by. Sparrows, thrushes, and the occasional jay whose bright cry rang through the branches. Yet there was an unease in the forest's voice, as if the woods themselves sensed that shadows still lurked in their northern stretches. By midday, the hunters had reached the forest river. Its waters ran clear and swift, glimmering over stones worn smooth by centuries. Linor knelt at the riverbank, studying the disturbed mud. "They crossed here," he said, "not long after the last storm. See how the tracks sink deep, as if they bore heavy packs." Ferion crouched beside him, Loot from the ambush? Or supplies for a longer journey? Both are possible, Legolas answered, but orcs fleeing defeat are rarely so well provisioned. Something urges them on. They forded the river with practiced ease, their cloaks swaying in the cool breeze. On the far bank, the land rose gently, leading toward the northern borders of Thranduil's realm. Here the trees grew fewer but taller, and the underbrush thinned, offering wider views of the sky. As they advanced, they found clear signs of the orcs passing: broken twigs, crushed ferns, footprints scattered in disordered haste. But something else appeared as well, almost unnoticed at first. Small stones lay placed upon roots or in hollows, arranged in crooked patterns. Ariswin bent to inspect one cluster. "These are no natural scatterings," Tathar frowned. "Markings, but not of orc make." Legolas crouched beside them, studying the strange arrangement. The stones formed a rough symbol, a circle with a broken line running through it. He had seen it once before, scratched into a post outside the dungeons of Dol Guldur. "This sign belonged to the lesser servants of the Nazgul," he said quietly. "Those who acted as their eyes and ears. It warned of watchful masters." Farian's expression darkened. "But their masters are gone." "Indeed," Legolas murmured, "which means these orcs found the sign elsewhere and kept it. Why would Gortrash use such a mark unless he wished his followers to believe someone powerful awaited them?" A wind rustled through the trees, and for a moment the forest felt colder. They traveled onward until twilight began to gather. The air thickened with a sense of pine and distant rain. As the light dimmed, Tathar raised a hand. "There," he whispered. Ahead, smoke curled above a low ridge. A campfire. Legolas motioned for silence, and the company slipped forward, circling wide through the trees until they reached a vantage point upon the slope. Below them, in a hollow between rising hills, huddled 5 orcs around a dim fire. Their gear was tattered, their movements weary. Gortrash was not among them. "Scouts?" Linner murmured. "Or stragglers," Farian added. "If Gortrash has left them behind, he may be farther ahead than we thought." Ariswin studied their posture. "They look afraid." And indeed they did, glancing sharply at every rustle, clutching their weapons as though expecting an unseen foe. One muttered in their foul tongue, and another spat into the fire, shaking its head violently. Legolas watched them with narrowed eyes. "If we take one alive, we may learn their captain's purpose." Tathar nodded. "I will circle behind them." But before he could move, a sudden shriek split the air, not from the orcs, but from the darkening woods to the east. A howl, long and piercing, rose across the ridge. The orcs leaped to their feet in panic. A second cry followed, closer, harsher. "Wargs!" The beasts burst from the trees like shadows given flesh. The orcs scrambled, some fleeing, others trying to strike back. But the wargs were swift and merciless. One orc was seized by the throat and dragged screaming into the underbrush. Another fell beneath snapping jaws before he could raise his spear. Legolas reacted instantly. "Now, before the beasts scatter!" Arrows flew from elven bows, swift as winter winds. 2 wargs fell, and a third fled with a furious snarl. The last orc stumbled backward, dropping his blade, eyes wide with terror as Legolas descended the slope. "Spare me!" the creature shrieked. "Spare me, elf! I'll talk! I'll talk!" Legolas seized him by the collar and shoved him to the ground. The orc shuddered violently, blood trickling from a scratch on his cheek. "Where is Gortrash?" Legolas demanded. North, the orc gasped. Always north. He said we march to the mountains, to a master greater than Sauron's ruin. A lie, Tathar muttered. The orc shook his head frantically. No lie, he carries something. Something from the tower, the Black Tower. He said it would raise the scattered ones, call them together. He said. The creature's breath hitched. He said the shadows don't die, they only sleep. Legolas's eyes hardened. What does he carry? But before the orc could answer, a sudden dread filled the hollow. The air seemed to tighten, and a faint hiss rose from the forest's edge. A black-fletched arrow struck the orc through the throat. Legolas spun, but the attacker had already vanished, leaving only silence, a dying fire, and a cold certainty that Gortrash now knew he was being pursued. The hunt had taken a darker turn. The night deepened around the hollow, swallowing the last glimmer of twilight, until only the faint glow of the dying campfire remained. The orc lay still where the arrow had struck him, his lifeless eyes reflecting the flames as though they held the memory of some distant terror. Legolas rose slowly, scanning the darkened trees with a hunter's intensity. That arrow was meant to silence him, Araswen said, her hand tightening on her bowstring. And it found its mark, Farion added grimly. Too well, the shot came from far off. It came from someone who listens for our movements, Legolas said, his tone low. Someone who watches us even now. Tathar knelt beside the orc's body, inspecting the arrow. Black fletching, he murmured, but not of orc make. The shaft is too straight, the cut too clean. Linner touched the feathered end with careful fingers. Men of the East sometimes use such fletching, or one who learned from them, Legolas said. He looked toward the trees where the shot had come from, but the forest gave no hint of movement. No breath of wind stirred the branches. It was as though an unseen presence had passed through and vanished without a trace. We move on, he said at last. Whoever loosed that arrow will not linger, and Gortrash has gained time while we dealt with the wargs. They left the hollow behind, climbing the ridge and descending into a broader valley where the forest thinned. The moon rose above the treetops, silver and cold, casting pale light that guided their steps. The ground sloped steadily upward, leading toward the northern marches, toward lands less tamed, where the greenwood gave way to harsher country. The scuffed footprints of orcs appeared again, clearer now in the moonlight. Legolas followed them swiftly, pausing only to verify each turn. The tracks moved straight north, as the dying orc had said. The path bore the marks of perhaps a dozen orcs, no great host, but enough to be dangerous. As they traveled deeper into the night, the forest's song changed. The rustle of leaves grew restless, the wind hollow. Even the night birds had fallen silent. Legolas felt the land itself withdraw, wary of what passed through it. We near the borders, Tathar said quietly. Beyond lies the North Greenwood, Linner added. Few elves roam there now. It has been long since the shadow fled, yet the trees remember. Ariswen brushed her fingertips along a gnarled trunk. Fear clings to these boughs. Legolas halted, raising a hand. The orcs left the path here. The tracks bent toward a stony rise, climbing a narrow ravine where the moonlight barely reached. Loose gravel trickled down the incline, and jagged rocks jutted from the slope like broken teeth. Legolas crouched, examining a dark stain upon a stone. Blood, he murmured, fresh. They fought something. Wargs again? Farion suggested. Possibly, Legolas said, but there are no paw prints, no signs of a struggle beyond this smear. Linner pointed ahead. "Look!" Something gleamed faintly halfway up the ravine. Legolas approached with care, his steps soundless upon the stones. There, caught between two rocks, lay a shard of metal, curved, sharp, and blackened by fire. It was the remnant of a blade, perhaps from an orc scimitar. "This was broken recently," Tathar said, turning it over. "But by what?" Farion asked. Before Legolas could answer, a low groan echoed from farther up the ravine. The company froze. Legolas drew an arrow, knocked it silently, and motioned for the others to spread out. They advanced in a slow, deliberate line. Another sound, this time a weak rasp, as though someone struggled to breathe. Ariswin found him first. An orc slumped against the ravine wall, his armor cracked and bent inward as if struck by something with enormous force. His eyes fluttered open when she approached, clouded with pain and fear. Legolas stepped forward. "You live yet?" The orc bared his teeth but lacked the strength to rise. "Not for long," he croaked. "What did this to you?" Legolas asked. The orc's gaze darted upward toward the narrow sky between the ravine walls. "Not beast, not elf." He swallowed hard. "The one who follows us. The pale hunter." The elves exchanged swift, uneasy glances. "A story," Linner whispered. "A tale orcs tell around dying fires, of a lone hunter who stalks the ruins of the north, but no elf claims the name." The orc coughed, blood staining his lips. "He cares not for Sauron, nor for your kind, nor ours. He kills what he finds, silent as snow. He took 3 of us before we could run." Legolas's brow tightened. "Is he man? Elf? Orc?" The orc gave a strangled laugh. "I never saw his face, only his eyes. Pale as winter moonlight." He sagged forward, breath gone, and moved no more. Silence pressed around the ravine. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. At last Farion said, "If this pale hunter stalks these woods, he must know of Gortrash's passage. Perhaps he follows him, or drives him," Tathar murmured. Legolas straightened, gripping his bow. "Whatever this hunter is, he is no friend to the orcs. But we cannot assume he is friend to us." Arswin glanced up the ravine. "Do we follow the tracks?" "We must," Legolas said. "Gortrash is close, and if this unknown hunter shadows him, we must understand his purpose." They pressed on, ascending the ravine until the path opened into a broad, windswept plateau. From here the forest stretched southward in a great sea of dark green, but ahead lay rolling hills, sparsely wooded and rugged. The air grew sharper, carrying the chill of northern winds. As they reached the plateau's center, Linner suddenly stopped. "Legolas," he said softly. "There." On the far side of the plateau, half hidden behind a fallen fir, stood a figure, tall, lean, wrapped in a cloak of faded gray. The hood shadowed the face entirely. No weapon was drawn, yet attention hung about him, like a bowstring taut and ready. Legolas signaled the others to hold position. He stepped forward alone. "Stranger," he called softly, using the common speech, "you wander lands guarded by the Elven King. Declare yourself." The figure did not move. Wind swept across the plateau, carrying dust and pine scent. Then, in a voice low and unsettlingly calm, the stranger spoke. "I know who you are, Legolas of the Woodland Realm, and I know whom you seek." A chill rippled through the company. Legolas drew nearer, though he kept his bow ready. "Then speak your purpose." Slowly the figure raised his head. Beneath the hood 2 pale eyes glimmered, cold, sharp, and inhumanly steady. No malice shone there, but neither did warmth. The orc captain carries a relic that must not fall into the hands of any creature still loyal to the shadow, the stranger said. I hunt to stop him, as do you, Eriswen whispered, the pale hunter. Legolas held the stranger's gaze. If our purpose is shared, then reveal your name. A long pause followed. At last the figure answered. I had a name once. Now I am only what the north has made me. The wind rose again, tugging at his cloak. Call me the Wanderer, he said, and know this, son of Thranduil. If you follow Gortrash, you will walk a path where few living feet dare tread. Legolas felt the weight of the stranger's words settle upon him like frost, but he did not waver. Then lead the way, he said, and we shall see where that path ends. For a long breath the plateau held stillness, as though the land itself listened for what might unfold between Legolas and the one who called himself the Wanderer. The pale-eyed stranger did not lower his hood, yet Legolas felt the weight of his regard, sharp as winter steel. The company waited behind him, hands poised near bowstrings and blades, though none wished to provoke needless conflict. Legolas inclined his head, but his voice was firm. If you would guide us, Wanderer, then speak plainly. Where is Gortrash gone? The hooded figure stepped away from the fallen fir with movements as fluid as shadow. Northward still. He hastens to the foothills beneath the gray mountains, following an old road long forgotten. There he seeks to rouse the scattered bands who linger in the deep vales. Farion frowned, but those lands are barren. No orc holds them now. Not openly, the Wanderer replied, but the ruins whisper with old memories. Creatures linger there, those who crept from the cracks when Dol Guldur fell. Ariswen's hand tightened around her blade. You know much of their dealings. I have hunted their kind for many years. The Wanderer's voice held neither pride nor boast, only cold fact. The north is wide, and the wronged spirits of old do not guard it. Someone must. Yet still Legolas felt unease coil within him. If your aim is to stop Gortrash, why slay the orc who could have told us more? The Wanderer turned his pale gaze upon him. Because the captain knows he is pursued, and a cornered foe is swifter than one who thinks himself safe. Legolas heard truth in the words, but also evasion. Still, there was no time to unravel the stranger's riddles. Gortrash gained distance with every passing moment. Come, said the Wanderer. Night marches fast. We must reach the northern pass before moonset, or the tracks will fade with the frost. Without waiting, he crossed the plateau and slipped into a narrow path that wound downward like a scar through the earth. Legolas exchanged a glance with Tathar, then followed. One by one, the company descended after him. The path led into a stretch of land where the forest thinned into hardy pines clinging to bare stone. The wind grew sharper, carrying the faint scent of snow. Under the moonlight, the ground gleamed with patches of old frost that had never fully melted, even in the warmer months. Legolas kept close to the Wanderer, watching how the stranger moved. He left almost no sound behind him, and his feet found their way with uncanny certainty, as though he knew every stone of this lonely country. It was clear he was no simple wanderer. At length they reached a bend where the land dipped into a shallow vale. A stream wound through its center, murmuring softly over stones polished by time. The wanderer halted, raising a hand. There, he said, by the water's edge, half hidden in the reeds, lay the remains of an orc's pack. Torn straps dangled from its sides, and footprints churned the earth around it, some orc-sized, others far larger. Ariswin crouched beside the impressions. Wargs again? No, the Wanderer said. These prints are older and heavier. His pale eyes narrowed. Trolls passed here. Farion looked sharply at him. Trolls? At this season, impossible. Dawn would have turned them to stone. The mountains grant them caverns deep enough to sleep away the day, the Wanderer replied. And the orcs roused them with promises of plunder. But see, he pointed to the churned mud. There are signs of struggle. Gortrash's band fought the trolls and broke away. Tathar inspected the trampled earth. The orcs fled north, but another group went west. Scouts, Legolas murmured, sent ahead, or fleeing the trolls' fury. Linner added. Legolas straightened, scanning the distant hills. The land grew harsher in that direction. Deep valleys cut through dark rock, leading toward the broken foothills where sunlight rarely reached. We must be wary, he said. If trolls roam these lands, they may not care whom they crush. The Wanderer began walking again, following the northern trail. The orcs will not risk sleep until they reach the first caves beneath the mountain ridge. They are exhausted, hungry, and frightened. That makes them dangerous, but also careless. The group pressed on, climbing into rockier ground where the trees grew sparse and twisted. The silence was broken only by the wind stirring the coarse grasses. Now and then a distant rock slide groaned across the ridges. As they walked, Farion whispered to Legolas, "I do not trust him." "Nor I," Legolas replied quietly, "yet his path aligns with ours, at least for now." "And if it ceases to?" Farion asked. "Then we will part from him," Legolas said, though in truth he doubted the matter would be so simple. Hours passed and the moon sank low. At last the Wanderer slowed, lifting a hand in warning. They had reached the entrance of a ravine, a shadowed cleft between two rising cliffs. Pale frost lined its edges like thin silver. "Gortrash passed through here," the Wanderer said, "but this place is not empty." "How do you know?" Tathar murmured. The Wanderer lifted his head, nostrils flaring faintly like a wolf scenting danger. "Because the air carries their stench. Orcs, many. They lie hidden among the rocks." Legolas signaled the company to spread out. The ravine allowed only one or two to walk abreast, making it a perfect place for an ambush. The Wanderer stepped forward without hesitation. "Hold," Legolas hissed. But the stranger ignored him and entered the ravine, cloak whispering softly across stone. An eerie silence followed. Then a hiss split the air and a spear hurtled from the shadows. The Wanderer twisted aside with impossible speed. The spear shattered against the cliff wall. At once the ravine erupted with snarling cries as orcs poured from their hiding places. Legolas loosed an arrow, dropping one of the attackers. Ariswen and Tathar followed suit, their shots finding marks with deadly precision. The narrow space filled with clashing steel, shouts, and the harsh breath of orcs driven to desperation. A towering orc rushed at Legolas with a crude axe. He leapt backward, drawing another arrow and sending it straight through the creature's throat. Farion engaged two others with swift blade strokes while Linner guarded his flank. The Wanderer moved like a storm of shadows, silent, swift, and terrifying. His long knife flashed in the moonlight, cutting down orcs before they fully understood his presence. He showed no rage, no triumph, only a cold efficiency. At last the final orc fell, crumpling with a dull thud against the stone. Silence swept through the ravine once more, save for the rough breaths of the living. Legolas stepped toward the Wanderer. You knew this ambush awaited. Yes, the wanderer replied without turning. Gortrash left them behind to delay any who followed. You might have warned us. I did, the wanderer said simply, but warning does little for those who doubt. Legolas felt heat rise in his chest. He forced it down. If we are to continue together, there must be trust between us. Trust is earned, the wanderer replied, not declared. He lifted his pale gaze to the cliffs ahead. Come, Gortrash is near. Legolas looked at the slain orcs at the dark trail leading deeper into the mountains and felt a tightening in his heart. The hunt was nearing its climax. Yet the stranger walking beside them still cloaked his purpose as tightly as his hood, and Legolas knew that before this journey ended, he would have to decide not only what justice demanded of Gortrash, but what truth he could accept from this wanderer of the wild northern wastes. The ravine sloped downward into a narrow gully where the moonlight barely touched the ground. Frost clung to the stones like a thin veil, and each breath rose in pale mist. The company gathered in silence, listening for any echo of retreating footsteps. But none came. The orcs who had ambushed them were clearly a rear guard, left to slow pursuit, not warn Gortrash of danger. Legolas wiped his blade clean, the cold air stinging his fingers. His thoughts circled around the wanderer, his skill, his secrecy, and the uncanny stillness that clung to him like an unseen cloak. Tathar stepped beside him. He moves like one who has walked these paths for ages. Yet he claims no name, Legolas murmured, only that he hunts the darkness. Ariswen sheathed her blade. His help has saved us more than once this night. True, Varian said, but help given by one who hides himself is rarely free of purpose. The wanderer stood alone at the far end of the ravine, staring into the north, where the land grew harsher with every mile. He seemed carved from the shadows themselves, motionless, except for the faint stirring of his cloak in the rising wind. Legolas approached him. The trail grows cold. The orcs who ambushed us bore no fresh signs of their captain. He passed this way, the wanderer replied. I found the marks farther ahead, stones overturned, tracks blurred by deliberate effort. Gortrash has grown wary, as any creature would, knowing a hunter follows, Legolas said. The wanderer turned slightly, pale eyes flickering like frost fire. You think to wound me with words. Do not waste your breaths on a Thranduil. My path is set. Whether you approve of it or not matters little. Legolas did not flinch. If our goals are aligned, then do not turn them to needless strife. For a heartbeat, the wanderer was still. Then he nodded once, barely a movement, but enough. Together they advanced from the ravine into a stretch of broken hills. Boulders rose like ancient watchmen, casting deep pools of shadow. The wind grew colder as the land sloped upward, whispering through clefts in the rocks. There, Linner said quietly, pointing to a low ridge. A trail of footprints led toward a narrow pass. The marks were deep and uneven, orcs weighed down by burden or weariness. Among them were smudges of dried blood and the scuffs of dragging feet. One of them is wounded, Tathar observed. More than one, Ariswen added. Their pace falters. Legolas felt a spark of grim hope. If they tire, we may catch them before they reach shelter. Do not place your trust in chance, the wanderer said. These orcs know the mountains better than most. They will seek the cleft of Nargul. Ferian raised a brow, a name I have not heard. Few have, the wanderer replied. It was once a miner's pass in the elder days, before the dwarves abandoned these slopes. The orcs took it after the fall of Erebor, though they never claimed it openly. It leads to caverns beneath the mountains, tunnels untouched since the shadow fell. Legolas studied him. You speak as one who has walked those tunnels. The wanderer did not answer. Instead, he began climbing the ridge with silent certainty. As the company followed, the air thickened with the smell of stone and the distant tang of snow. Clouds drifted across the moon, casting the terrain into deeper darkness. They crested the ridge and halted. Before them lay the entrance to the cleft of Nargol, a towering fissure cut into the mountain itself. The dark opening seemed to swallow all light, a wound carved into the living stone. The air that seeped from it was cold and old, heavy with memories of forgotten days. Eriswen whispered, "No wonder orcs favor it. This place feels forsaken." Legolas felt the same unease. The stone seemed to watch them, silent and brooding. The wanderer stepped forward. Gortrash is inside, but the caves twist and turn in ways that confound even keen eyes. If he reaches the lower vaults, he may rouse things better, left dreaming. "What lies below?" Varian asked. The wanderer's pale eyes glinted. Darkness, old and deep. Things that crawled into the earth when the first age closed. Things that fed on shadows and grew to love them. Linner shivered. "Then we must catch him before he descends." Legolas examined the ground near the entrance. "The orcs passed here no more than an hour ago. Their prints are fresh." Tathar crouched beside him. "Their numbers grow fewer. I count only 7 now." "7 can still be dangerous in the dark," Eriswen said. Legolas nodded. "We must move swiftly and without sound. But we must not lose one another in the tunnels." He touched a hand to the cavern wall. It was cold as winter ice. The wanderer watched him. "You hesitate. Only a fool enters darkness without caution," Legolas replied. The ghost of a smile, or something like it, touched the wanderer's lips. "Then you are wiser than most who walk in daylight." He stepped into the cleft. The company followed, weapons ready. The passage narrowed quickly. The walls rose high and jagged, scraping the shadows into sharp lines across the floor. Their footsteps echoed faintly, swallowed by the dark. The deeper they went, the colder the air grew. After a time, the path widened into a cavern lit by faint, pale crystals embedded in the ceiling. Their dim glow cast the chamber in eerie hues. "Tracks," Linner said, kneeling near a cluster of rocks. "They split here." Legolas examined the prints. 2 went left, the rest went right. "Which way leads deeper?" Varian asked. "Both, in time," the wanderer murmured. "These caves are like a maze." Eriswen exhaled slowly. "We cannot divide our strength." "No," Legolas agreed. "We stay together. We follow the larger group. Gortrash will not leave his strongest behind." They took the right-hand path, descending deeper into the mountain's heart. The crystals grew sparser, and soon they relied only on elven sight to pierce the gloom. The air smelled of damp stone and faint decay. Hours seemed to pass, though time was uncertain in the dark. The ground sloped downward, then leveled again. At last they reached a narrow hall supported by pillars of natural stone. Legolas raised his hand for silence. A sound echoed faintly ahead, low voices grumbling in the orc tongue. The company pressed against the shadows of the pillars. Legolas moved forward like a whisper, peering around a bend. 5 orcs huddled in a grotto lit by a sputtering torch. One clutched a bandaged arm. Another paced nervously. They spoke in harsh whispers. "He said he'd return," one snarled. "Said he'd find the relic." "Bah," another spat. cursed thing, why carry it at all? Brings naught but trouble. Because the dead masters used it, the first replied, and Gortrash seeks their favor. Legolas felt his pulse quicken. The relic. The wanderer appeared silently beside him, eyes fixed on the orcs. We must act swiftly, he whispered, before they sound an alarm. Legolas nodded, but before he could signal the attack, a deep rumble shook the cavern floor. Dust drifted from the ceiling. The orcs froze, wide-eyed. What was that? Farion whispered. The wanderer's voice was barely audible. Something wakes below. Another tremor rolled through the stone, stronger, hungrier. The orcs scattered into tunnels, shrieking. Legolas drew his blade. What comes? The wanderer's pale eyes gleamed like cold stars. A creature of the deep places, he murmured, drawn by the relic Gortrash carries. The tremor grew into a roar, and then, from the blackness beyond the pillars, came a rumbling growl that chilled the heart like a winter grave. Legolas raised his bow. The hunt was no longer the only danger in the dark. The growl rolled through the cavern like thunder in a sealed chamber, deep and ancient, carrying with it the weight of ages. Dust drifted from the vaulted ceiling, shimmering faintly in the torchlight left behind by the fleeing orcs. Legolas felt the stone beneath his boots tremble as though something vast stirred in the black depths beyond sight. Tathar whispered, "That is no troll." "No," the wanderer murmured. "It is older, far older." A chill swept through the company. Even the air seemed to recoil as the sound echoed again, closer now, rising from the very veins of the mountain. Legolas motioned for the others to fall back into the shadows of the stone pillars. "Hold your ground," he said softly. "Do not rush blindly toward what we cannot see." Yet before they could retreat far, the cavern shuddered. Pebbles clattered against the floor. A breath of cold wind swept through the chamber, though no passage lay open behind them. Then a shape emerged from the darkness. At first it was only a silhouette, towering, hunched, its movements unsettlingly smooth for something so large. Pale light from a distant crystal glimmered over its hide, revealing scales mottled gray and the color of old bone. It crawled upon limbs thick as tree roots, its claws scraping deep furrows through the stone. Ariswin's breath caught. "By the stars." The creature lifted its head, and two eyes opened, milky and vast, yet burning with slow hunger. It had no nose, only slits that pulsed with each rasping breath. Its maw split wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth slick with old slime. "A cold drake," the wanderer whispered. "One of the lesser kindred that fled north when the great worms fell." Farion's voice was tight. "This one is far from its lair." "It has been drawn," the wanderer said, eyes narrowing. "Drawn by the artifact Gortrash carries. Cold drake's hunger for the echo of shadow. Even the faintest whisper of it." The creature's head swung toward them, its blind eyes fixing not on form, but on warmth, sound, breath, life. Its throat rumbled with anticipation. Legolas lifted his bow. "Stand ready. It may be blind, but it is not witless." The cold drake lunged. Stone shattered under its claws as it surged forward with terrifying speed. Legolas loosed an arrow that struck along its jaw, but the shaft splintered harmlessly. Tathar and Ariswin fired next. Their arrows glanced off the thick armored hide. "Spread," Legolas shouted. The company scattered as the creature's massive tail swept across the cavern. Linner leapt aside just in time, the tail crashing into the pillars with a deafening crack. One pillar toppled, stone exploding into shards. Farion darted behind a boulder. "Its hide is too thick." "Strike the joints," Legolas called. "The creases of the limbs. There the scales are weakest." The cold drake turned toward his voice, maw gaping. A blast of icy vapor burst forth, freezing the stone where Legolas had stood an instant before. He rolled behind another pillar, frost crackling across its surface. "It breathes cold," Tathar muttered. "Worse luck." Ariswin circled around the creature's right flank, blade drawn. As it reared back, she slashed at the soft gap beneath its forelimb. The blade bit deep, drawing dark, gelatinous blood. The beast roared, swinging its massive head toward her. The Wanderer moved then, swift as a striking hawk. In one fluid motion, he leapt atop a boulder and sprang onto the cold drake's back, plunging his long knife into the ridge of bone at its spine. The creature shrieked and writhed, slamming its body against the cavern wall. The Wanderer held fast, though the impact sent tremors through the chamber. Legolas seized the moment. Now, while it is turned, he dashed forward, loosing another arrow aimed for the beast's open maw. This one struck true, sinking deep into the flesh of its throat. The cold drake retched and thrashed, its breath wheezing sharply. Tathar and Linner fired in unison, striking its eyes, soft, vulnerable places. The creature roared in pain, shaking its head wildly. The Wanderer dropped from its back as it convulsed, landing lightly on the stone. "Drive it toward the fissure," Farion shouted. "Which fissure?" A second tremor answered the question. Behind the beast, a narrow crevice split the cavern floor, widening with every quake. "The mountain weakens," Legolas said, dodging another sweep of the creature's tail. "If it falls, it may take the beast with it." The company pressed the attack, arrows striking the softer flesh beneath the limbs, blades slashing at its underbelly when the creature reared. The cold drake staggered, its movements slowing, driven more by pain than fury now. It stumbled backward, claws gouging trenches in the stone. Another quake rippled through the cavern. The fissure widened with a sharp crack. "Back!" the Wanderer commanded. The others leapt away as the floor beneath the cold drake gave way. With a final roar, the creature plunged into the darkness below, its cries fading into the echoing depths. Silence followed, broken only by the distant crumble of falling stone. Legolas exhaled, lowering his bow. "It is done." "Not done," the Wanderer corrected quietly, "merely delayed. It will not climb from that chasm soon, but the noise we have stirred will carry through the tunnels." Tathar nodded grimly. "Gortrash will know someone follows." "He already knew," Ariswin said. "This only hastens our steps." They regrouped near the torch left by the orcs. The air still quivered faintly with the aftershocks. Dust drifted down like pale snow. Farion rubbed his arm where a stone had struck him. If such beasts wake in these halls, what else stirs deeper still? "Nothing we wish to meet," Linner murmured. Legolas looked toward the tunnel the orcs had fled into. "We must move. Gortrash cannot be far." The Wanderer retrieved his knife, wiping it clean. "The relic he carries calls to the cold and the dark. If he reaches the lower vaults, its voice will rouse worse things than this drake." Legolas met his pale gaze. "Then we stop him before he reaches them." The Wanderer inclined his head. "Then you must be swift, son of the Elven King." They descended deeper into the cavern as the tremors faded. The tunnel narrowed, air growing colder as they approached the heart of the mountain. Torchlight flickered on the walls. Ahead lay the footprints of orcs, fresh, hurried, weaving toward some hidden chamber, and somewhere beyond those twisting halls waited Gortrash and the relic that stirred nightmares from ages long past. The tunnel sloped downward in a steady, winding descent, like the throat of some great stone beast. Legolas and his companions moved carefully, for the echoes of their battle with the cold drake still lingered in the air, heavy, foreboding, as though the mountain itself listened. The distant groans of settling rock reminded them that these caverns were old and unstable, unused by any friendly folk for countless ages. A faint smell of smoke drifted ahead. Tathar touched the wall. The orcs did not flee far. Their torches stained the stone. Legolas nodded. Good. Their haste will betray them. The wanderer walked at the front now, his steps noiseless, his pale eyes glinting faintly in the dim. Though no torch burned in his hand, he seemed to see as clearly as the elves themselves. It was as if the darkness welcomed him, or at least did not hinder him. Arazwen whispered to Legolas, "There is something about him that feels not wholly of this world." Legolas did not deny it, yet his blade turned against the same foe as ours. "Even so," she murmured, "his heart walks another path." The tunnel broadened as they descended, the ceiling rising into a rough dome. Strange markings scarred the stone walls, ancient dwarven runes worn nearly invisible. Legolas brushed one lightly. "Tales of labor," the wanderer said from ahead without looking back. "They carved these halls, seeking ore long before Durin's house rose in might." Farion frowned. "You read their script?" "I have walked many forgotten roads," the wanderer replied simply, and listened where others turned away. Before more could be said, the tunnel opened abruptly into a vast, echoing hall. They halted at its threshold. Broken columns rose from the floor like petrified trees. Stone benches lay overturned, and a black pit yawned at the chamber's center, an abandoned mine shaft descending into deeper shadow. Faint torchlight flickered along the far wall, and there, gathered near the pit, huddled the remnants of Gortrash's band. 7 orcs remained, their armor dented, their faces drawn with exhaustion and fear. One paced near the ledge, muttering curses. Another held a torch aloft, peering anxiously into the darkness beyond. But Gortrash was not among them. Linner whispered, "Where's the captain?" Legolas scanned the chamber. "He is ahead. These are left to guard his descent." As if to confirm it, faint echoes rose from the pit, distant footsteps scraping stone, and something else, a harsh, uneven breath, like a creature forcing itself deeper into the earth, despite the weight upon it. Farion hissed, "He is going down into that abyss." Arazwen tightened her grip on her blade. "Then we must reach him before he finds what he seeks." Legolas nodded. "Silently now." They moved along the shadowed wall, using fallen pillars for cover. The orcs were weary and distracted, muttering to one another in low, anxious tones. "Why does he take it below?" one growled. "No good comes from the deep halls." "He says the relic whispers to him," another replied. "Says the masters lie quiet no more." "Bah! The masters are dust, dead and gone. Yet the relic shines. I saw it with my own eyes." "Then fool you are. Let him keep it. I want no part in this madness." Legolas's heart quickened. So the relic did shine, faint but enough to enthrall those who followed darkness. The wanderer touched Legolas's arm lightly. "We cannot allow them to raise alarm. Strike swift." Legolas gave a single nod. The company moved as one. Arrows flew swift and silent. 2 orcs fell before they could shout. Farion leapt from behind a fallen bench, blade flashing in the dim. Tathar and Araswin joined the fray, each movement purposeful and precise. The orcs fought back with wild desperation, but fatigue dulled their blows. Their torches clattered to the stone as the battle turned against them. One orc lunged at Legolas with a rusted cleaver. Legolas ducked beneath the strike and drove his blade into the creature's chest. The orc staggered, fell, and moved no more. Within moments, the chamber fell silent once more. The last echo of battle faded into the vast hall. Tathar retrieved a fallen torch and peered into the pit. "That shaft is ancient. The ladder is long rotted away." "There is a ledge," the wanderer said, studying the edge. "Narrow but walkable." Farion raised a brow. "A ledge that circles downward." "Yes," the wanderer murmured. "I have seen these mines before. They spiral deep into the stone." Ariswin frowned. "Too deep for orcs." "Too deep for any," the wanderer said. "Yet the relic draws him on, and the depths answer." Legolas crouched at the pit's rim. Faint light flickered far below, torchlight moving steadily downward. "He is half a league beneath us already," he said. "We must hurry." "Carefully," Tathar warned. "If the ledge crumbles—" "It will not," the wanderer interrupted, "unless the mountain wakes again." That was less comforting than he perhaps intended. Legolas stood. "Then we descend." The narrow path began immediately, no more than a few palms wide, carved long ago into the stone. It spiraled down the shaft in a slow curve, vanishing into shadow. To the right, nothing but a sheer drop into untold depths. The company moved single file, their steps light and steady. The soaring void beside them hummed faintly with drafts of cold air. Farion muttered, "If I fall, bury what remains of me." Ariswin gave a quiet snort. "In this place? We would be lucky to find a stone to mark you." Down they went, slow, precise, senses sharpened by the unending dark. After a time, Legolas halted, raising a hand. A faint glow shone from below, flickering like firelight reflected on water. "Careful," he whispered. They descended the final turn, and then the ledge broadened, opening into another cavern. And there, on a low stone dais at the chamber's center, knelt Gortrash the Scarred. He was alone, hunched over something that pulsed faintly in his hands, an object wrapped in strips of black cloth. Light seeped through the cloth, ghostly pale like moonlight drowning beneath deep water. Legolas felt cold settle over him. The wanderer's voice was barely a breath. "The relic of the fallen eye, one of the seeing stones the Nazgul carried in the last days. Shattered, yet still bound to shadow." Gortrash muttered to himself, harsh, guttural words. He lifted the relic, pressing it to his brow. A ripple of dark energy rolled through the chamber. The air trembled. Tathar whispered, "He means to awaken something." "No," the wanderer said. "He means to summon." Gortrash's head jerked up. His scarred face twisted into a grin of triumph and madness. "I knew you would come, elf," he snarled, voice echoing through the cavern. "You follow like a hound upon my heels. Come then, see what justice you find in the dark." He lifted the relic high. Its light flared, and the shadows answered. A wind rose from the very foundations of the cavern, cold, whispering, heavy with the memory of despair. It coiled around Gortrash like a living thing, tugging at his matted hair and tattered armor. The relic's pale glow swelled until it seemed to fill the chamber, casting long, writhing shadows upon the walls. Legolas felt the weight of that light, though it was no light at all, but a faint echo of the will once bound to a ring-wraith's hand. Tothar drew an arrow, jaw tight. If he summons what once served the Nine, he cannot call them back, Ariswen whispered. Their spirits are broken, their forms are gone. Yet their remnants linger, the Wanderer said softly. Tattered wills drifting in the dark places, shadows that hunger for purpose. Gortrash raised the relic higher, his voice rising to a harsh chant. The cloth slipped loose, falling away. What lay in his hands was no whole stone, but a shard, smooth and curved, like a sliver of obsidian glass, its surface marred by a deep crack that pulsed with faint inner frost. The shard throbbed, and the cavern trembled in answer. Legolas stepped forward. Gortrash, release that relic. You do not understand what you hold. Gortrash laughed, a raw, ragged sound. I understand enough. The masters may have fallen, but their power lingers, and I shall claim it. I shall gather the scattered tribes, lead them forth, and carve a new realm from ruin. Ariswen muttered. Madness grips him. It is not madness, the Wanderer replied. It is the relic. It feeds on wounded wills. Gortrash pressed the shard against his chest. The glow dimmed, then flared brighter. Brighter still until Legolas had to raise a hand to shield his eyes. The orc captain's form blurred as though shadow and flesh wove together. Then, from every crevice of the chamber, darkness slithered like smoke. It pooled behind him, rising, twisting, knitting itself into shape. A figure tall and gaunt, without features, without form, save for a cloak-like mantle that rippled without wind. Its presence was wrong, deeply, profoundly wrong, like a memory of terror half forgotten. Linner whispered, A wraith shade. The Wanderer's hand tightened on his blade. A remnant of a Nazgul's will. Not whole, not living, but dangerous. Legolas lifted his bow. We must stop Gortrash before the relic binds the shade fully. Too late for that, Gortrash snarled. It comes to me, it hears me. His grin widened, fever bright. With this power, I shall be master of the mountains. The shade drifted toward him, its formless limbs stretching like great wings. The shard's light pulsed in time with its approach. The Wanderer stepped forward sharply. Strike now. Legolas loosed his arrow. It flew true, straight for the relic. But the shade moved first. A tendril of darkness swept out and caught the arrow mid-flight, dissolving it into dust. The cavern filled with a chill that gnawed at the bones. Gortrash cackled. You see? You cannot stop me. Farion drew his blades. Then we aim for him. The company surged forward. 3 orcs burst from behind broken pillars where they had hidden, desperate to protect their captain. Tothar felled one with a single shot. Ariswen met another head-on, their blades clashing with sparks that lit the gloom. Farion tangled with the third, driving the creature back with swift, cutting strikes. Legolas raced toward Gortrash. The shade shifted, drifting between him and the orc captain. A whisper filled the air, cold, unintelligible but heavy with malice. Shadows wrapped around Legolas's legs, slowing his stride. The Wanderer leapt into the fray, his long knife gleaming like a sliver of moonlight. Do not let the shade touch you, he warned. He slashed at the dark limbs trailing from the wraith shade. For a moment the shadow recoiled, its form rippling as though struck by a cold wind. But it reformed quickly, drifting toward the Wanderer with silent menace. Meanwhile, Gortrash knelt by the dais, cradling the shard to his chest. It pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat, drawing more of the shade toward him. Legolas broke free of the clinging darkness and lunged forward. "Gortrash," the orc captain snarled and raised a jagged blade. "You will not take this from me, elf." Steel met steel. Sparks burst into the dim as Legolas parried Gortrash's wild swings. The orc fought with ferocity born of desperation, his strength fueled by the relic's otherworldly glow. "You killed Larthen," Legolas said, striking aside another blow. "For that alone you shall answer." Gortrash spat. He was weak. The forest belongs to those who seize it. Their blades locked. Legolas pushed forward, forcing Gortrash back step by step toward the dais. The relic pulsed brighter, responding to its bearer's rage. Behind them, the shade let out a sound, like wind, moaning through ruins. It surged downward, sweeping toward Legolas. The Wanderer intercepted it again, his blade cutting through tendrils that reformed moments later. "It grows stronger," Tathar shouted, loosing another arrow. The arrow pierced the shade, but only dimmed it for a heartbeat. Farion cut down the last orc and turned, chest heaving. "We cannot hold this thing for long." Eriswen joined him. "Break the relic, that must be the key." The Wanderer heard her and called out, "The shard must be shattered. While he holds it, its strength flows through him." Legolas met Eriswen's eyes briefly and nodded. Gortrash pushed forward with a roar, driving Legolas back. "You cannot win. The darkness chooses me." Legolas ducked beneath a descending strike and swept Gortrash's legs from under him. The orc crashed onto the stone dais, the shard slipping from his grasp and rolling across the floor. The shade screamed. It was not a sound of pain, but of fury, the cry of something that recognized loss. Legolas dove for the shard, but Gortrash lunged with surprising speed, catching Legolas's arm. His grip was iron hard, fingers digging like claws. "My relic!" he growled. "Mine!" Before he could seize it, the Wanderer appeared beside them, pale eyes blazing with fierce urgency. He drove his knife into Gortrash's arm, forcing him to release his grip. The orc roared and staggered back. Legolas rolled forward, seized the shard, and nearly dropped it. It was colder than winter stone, colder than the heart of a glacier. A whisper seeped into his thoughts, soft, sinister, beckoning him to surrender, to listen, to join the echoing void where the Nine once walked. Legolas grit his teeth. "No, you hold no sway over me." But the whisper pressed deeper. The Wanderer grabbed his shoulder. "Legolas, do not listen." The shade surged toward them, enraged, its form expanding like a storm cloud. "Shatter it," Tathar shouted. "Now, Legolas," Eriswen cried, "before it reaches you." Legolas lifted the shard high. The shade lunged. Gortrash roared. The mountain groaned, and Legolas struck the relic against the stone dais with all the strength he possessed. The impact rang through the cavern like a bell struck at the world's end, sharp, clear, and cold. The shard cracked beneath Legolas's blow, lines of pale fissures racing across its surface like lightning caught in glass. The chamber trembled. Dust rained from the ceiling in thin streams, and a gust of icy wind spiraled upward from the dais, swirling around Legolas and the relic like a vortex, seeking to claim him. Gortrash shrieked, "No! No!" He lunged, but Tahar's arrow pierced his shoulder, spinning him away with a howl. Legolas raised the relic again, its cold burning into his palm. The whispering in his mind grew frantic, pleading, commanding, like distant voices calling from unseen chasms. But he steeled himself and drove the shard down a second time. The relic shattered. A shockwave burst outward with violent force, flinging Legolas backward. The shards scattered across the dais, each piece glimmering once with a pale light before dulling to lifeless black. The whispering ceased. For a heartbeat, all was still. Then the shade screamed. It was a howl of unbound torment, ancient, formless, full of a rage that had lost its anchor. Its dark shape swelled in all directions, tendrils flailing like great wings torn by tempest winds. It lashed at the air, at the stone, at the remnants of the relic now beyond its grasp. The wanderer shielded his eyes. The binding is broken. It cannot hold its form. Then it will strike anything it finds, Ariswin cried. The shade surged toward them, its vague form towering to fill the cavern's height. Legolas rolled aside just as a tendril of darkness struck the dais, splitting it in two with a thunderous crack. The floor trembled, fractures webbing outward from the impact. Farion called out, "The chamber will fall. We must drive it back," Legolas shouted. "How?" Linner demanded. "Steel does not bite shadow." "Not shadow," the wanderer said, stepping forward, "but will." He raised his knife, gripping it in both hands. The blade, long, slender, and of make unknown to any elf present, glimmered with a faint, cold fire, as though awakening after long slumber. Legolas felt the air change. The wanderer himself seemed to shift, the shadows around him thinning, as if unwilling to touch him. His pale eyes gleamed brighter than the crystals overhead. Ariswin whispered, "What blade is that?" "No time for riddles," Tathar snapped. "Stand with him." The shade recoiled from the wanderer's approach, its formless wings folding inward. It shrank, slightly condensing, its moaning echo becoming sharper, almost fearful. "It knows him," Legolas murmured. "It fears him." The wanderer lifted the blade higher. "Return to the emptiness that bore you," he said softly. "This realm denies you now." The shade shrieked and hurled itself at him in a torrent of swirling black. The wanderer met it head on, his blade slashed through the heart of the darkness, not slicing flesh, but cutting through something deeper, intention, malice, lingering will. A flare of pale light erupted, driving the shade backward across the chamber. It crashed against the far wall, dissolving into fragments of swirling shadow. Legolas saw his chance. "Now!" he cried, "while it falters!" The elves loosed arrows, not at the shade itself, but at the points where its form thinned, where its connection to the world flickered. Each arrow passed through the drifting darkness with a soft hiss, dispersing it further. Farion and Ariswin charged, blades slicing through tendrils that sought to reform. The shade writhed, its once imposing mass shrinking, unraveling like smoke caught in a storm wind. Again the wanderer struck, each blow a flare of pale light that shook the cavern. The shade shrieked, its edges fraying like torn cloth. "Begone," the wanderer commanded, voice deepening with a strange resonance. "Your chain is broken." The shade lunged one final time, but its form flickered, weakened, unable to withstand the assault. Legolas drew back his bow and loosed a final arrow straight through the core of the trembling mass. The shade split apart, the pieces scattered like drifting soot, dissolving into nothingness. A cold wind swept through the cavern, carrying the last remnants away into the deep cracks of the mountain. Silence reclaimed the chamber. Slowly, the wanderer lowered his blade, breathing hard but steadying himself with a single controlled breath. The eerie glow faded from his eyes, leaving them pale and still once more. Legolas approached him. "You knew how to strike it." I have fought their kind before, the wanderer replied quietly. Remnants, echoes, things that should have faded long ago. Ariswin stared at him. No ordinary wanderer possesses such knowledge. But whatever answer he might have given was cut short. Gortrash, incredibly still alive, dragged himself to his knees near the dais, clutching the wound in his shoulder, his eyes wild with fury and disbelief, fixed on the ruined shards of the relic. You ruined it, he spat. You ruined everything. I was to be lord of the mountains. He never finished. Legolas stepped forward, blade in hand. Your path ends here, Gortrash. For Larthen. For those you slew without thought or honor. The orc bared his teeth. Honor? From an elf? Your forests rot. Your people flee westward. Soon you will be nothing but ghosts yourselves. Legolas's voice remained calm and cold. Perhaps, but we will not leave these lands to creatures like you. Gortrash lunged with surprising speed. Legolas met him squarely. Their blades clashed once, twice. Then Legolas struck true. Gortrash staggered, a look of shock freezing on his scarred face. He fell upon the broken dais, lifeless at last. The chamber grew still once more. For a long moment no one spoke. The only sound was the faint settling of dust and the distant sigh of wind from the deep cracks in the cavern floor. At last Varian exhaled shakily. It is done then. Gortrash is slain, and the relic destroyed. Ariswin nodded, though unease lingered in her eyes. Yet it seems the cost may not be known until later. Legolas turned to the wanderer. The shade feared you. It knew your strength. Who are you truly? The wanderer sheathed his blade with careful precision. His pallor seemed starker now, his silence heavier. I told you, he said at last. I had a name once, but it belongs to another road, another age. Linner glanced around nervously. We must leave these depths. The mountain does not rest easily. Legolas nodded. Yes, we return at once. The wanderer lifted his hood again. Go, I will lead you to a safer path. And though the relic was shattered and the foe defeated, Legolas felt the weight of unspoken truths sinking around them like the cold stone of the mountain's heart. The climb from the depths began in silence, broken only by the distant groan of settling stone and the soft echo of elven boots. Upon the spiraling ledge, the weight of battle clung to them, not merely the exhaustion of blade work, but the deeper heaviness that follows when forces older than memory have stirred. Even Varian, who often met danger with humor, spoke not a word. Legolas moved near the front, his steps light though his mind labored. It was not Gortrash who troubled him. The orc's death had brought no triumph, only a cold finality. No, his thoughts coiled around the wanderer, whose blade had shone with a strange light, whose voice had carried power beyond mortal breath. Ariswin walked beside Legolas. You saw him, she murmured. None can deny it now. He wielded a strength not born of these common years. He did, Legolas answered softly, and that troubles me more than it comforts. Behind them, Tathar and Linner guided their steps along the narrow path, scanning the shadows for any sign of lingering danger. At last they reached the great hall where the orcs had kept their vigil. Broken torches lay across the stone, and the marks of their struggle remained. Blood, discarded blades, and the shattered remnants of what Gortrash had hoped to command. The wanderer stood at the far end of the chamber near one of the fallen pillars. His hood was drawn low once more, but Legolas sensed that his thoughts churned like a hidden river. "We will climb from here," the wanderer said, his voice steady, though fainter than before. "There is a fissure behind this column that leads upward to a forgotten passage. It will take us clear of the deeper reaches." Farion frowned. "A fissure? Must all your paths begin or end with chasms?" "A straight road seldom leads away from danger," the wanderer replied. He pressed his palm to the stone, and a crack widened just enough for a person to pass through sideways. The narrow passage beyond slanted upward into dimness. Cold air flowed through it, touched by the scent of pine and distant snow. "Go," the wanderer said. "The way is safe." One by one they squeezed into the passage. The rock pressed close on either side, their shoulders brushing the ancient stone as they climbed. The darkness was absolute, yet the elves moved with steady confidence, their keen sight guiding each careful step. After a time the passage widened, allowing them to walk upright. A faint glow appeared ahead, thin, silver, and shifting like moonlight caught in mist. Linner whispered, "The night sky." They emerged onto a narrow platform carved into the mountain's outer wall. Far below stretched the dark sweep of the northern forest. Above them the stars burned cold and bright, scattered across the sky like jewels upon velvet. A cold wind rushed up the cliff face, sharp and clean. Farion inhaled deeply. "I had nearly forgotten the taste of open air." Ariswin stepped to the edge, gazing over the vast, starlit expanse. "We have climbed far, too far to retrace our steps by the route we came." Legolas glanced back at the wanderer, who stood quietly in the tunnel mouth, the wind tugging at his cloak. "You know another way down," Legolas said. It was not a question. "I do," the wanderer answered. "Follow the ridge northward. It bends through a high pass and descends into a wooded ravine. From there, the path leads back to the greenwood's northern eaves." Tathar narrowed his eyes. "You speak as one who has walked these heights often." "More than once," the wanderer replied simply. A long silence followed. Only the wind spoke. Farion finally muttered, "Then lead on. I will not miss these cursed tunnels." They set out along the ridge, keeping close to the cliff wall where the stone rose in jagged pillars. The stars provided faint light, and the elves needed little more. Far below, wolves howled, long, mournful notes that carried through the cold night air. Ariswin paused. "The wolves are uneasy. They sense the stirring of the earth," Tathar said. "The cold drakes fall, the shades unmaking. Such things unbalance the wild." "Then all the more reason to leave these heights quickly," Linner murmured. The wanderer led them with unerring certainty, his feet finding paths no mortal eye could have discerned. The ridge bent northward, then dipped into a narrow channel, sheltered on both sides by steep walls. Frost clung to the stone, glittering faintly. At last they reached a winding slope, wide enough for two to walk abreast. Ahead lay a ravine carpeted with moss and framed by twisted pines. The wind softened, carrying hints of the forest below. "We are safe from the mountain's wrath now," Ariswin said quietly. "Safe?" the wanderer echoed. "Yes, from the mountain. But the relic's shattering will have been felt, even broken. Its absence leaves a void. Some will sense it." Legolas halted and turned to him. "Who?" The wanderer's gaze drifted to the distant peaks where the stars glimmered like frost. "There are powers in the far north that once served no master, yet grew strong in the shadow of the enemy. They will notice when a remnant of the Nine's will is cut from this world." Tathar stiffened. You speak of the cold spirits, the whisper haunts that prowl the deepest snows, and others, the wanderer said. Legolas stepped nearer. Then you knew this might happen. Yes, the wanderer did not look away. The relic could not be allowed to remain. It was better to awaken brief danger now than enduring corruption later. Eriswen folded her arms. And what of you? The shade feared you. It knew you. Your blade, your voice, that was no mere chance. The wanderer lowered his head. The wind tugged at the edges of his hood, revealing for a moment the faint outline of sharp, strong features, yet worn by sorrow, ancient and unresolved. At the ending of the Second Age, he said slowly, I walked among those who fought the darkness in lands long forgotten. I witnessed bindings made in desperation and shadows born from the ruin of kings. When the Nine rose, I learned to face them. I endured them. Legolas felt a chill. You were there when the Nazgul first fell into shadow? I was, the wanderer whispered, and when they rose anew, those memories do not fade. Linner stared at him with wide eyes. What manner of being are you? A wanderer, he answered, nothing more. Something more, Legolas said firmly. You hide your name, but you cannot hide what you are. The wanderer met his gaze. Names bind more than they reveal. Mine carries weight I no longer wish to bear. Let it rest. Legolas studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. He did not understand, but he accepted, for now. We return to the greenwood, Legolas said. My father must know what has stirred. And you? The wanderer asked. What path will you take when you reach your borders again? Justice is done, Legolas said quietly. Yet the shadow's echo still lingers. I will remain vigilant. The wanderer inclined his head. Then our purposes are not so different. He stepped back, the wind swirling around him. Your road lies east, mine lies north. We part here. Farion blinked. Just like that? The wanderer offered a faint, weary smile. I travel alone. It is better. Legolas stepped forward. You aided us when we most needed it. For that you have my thanks. And you have mine, the wanderer replied, for finishing what the shade began long ago. He turned, his cloak trailing like torn mist behind him, and walked toward the shadowed peaks. Within moments, his form blended with the night until he vanished entirely, leaving only the cold wind whispering over the stones. Eriswen exhaled. I doubt we've seen the last of him. No, Legolas murmured. We have not. He looked toward the dark line of the greenwood far below. Come, he said softly. We return home. The company descended into the valley, but though the dawn had yet to break, Legolas felt that the descent into the northern valley was long and weary, though the land grew gentler as the night deepened. Pines cloaked the slopes in hushed ranks, their branches whispering as the company passed beneath. No stars pierced the heavens now. Clouds crept across the sky, dimming the world to shades of gray and silver. A faint scent of snowfall drifted upon the air. Legolas led the way, guiding his companions along a narrow deer path that wound between the roots of ancient trees. Though he moved lightly, his gaze often lifted to the dark ridges behind them where the wanderer had vanished. The stranger's parting words clung stubbornly to his thoughts. Tathar walked at his shoulder. You fear he walks toward danger. Legolas shook his head slowly. Not fear, certainty. The north is treacherous. Few who wander it return unchanged. Few would choose to wander it at all, Tathar added. Yet he goes willingly. Legolas murmured, Yes, and that troubles me more than his secrets. Behind them, Ariswin and Ferian spoke in low tones as they navigated the roots and stones. Linner brought up the rear, alert for any threat that might follow from the mountain's heights. They traveled in silence for some time until the trees parted, revealing a shallow ravine carpeted with frost-laced grass. A small stream ran through it, murmuring softly. Legolas paused, kneeling to touch the frost. It crackled faintly beneath his fingers. Night dew chilled too quickly, he said. Snow approaches. Ferian groaned softly. Snow? After all that we have endured? Snow is gentler than orcs or shades, Ariswin replied. Yet colder, he muttered. Tathar knelt by the stream, studying the water. Clear and swift, we may drink safely here. They filled their flasks, the stream's icy taste refreshing after the stale air of the caverns. As they rested, Legolas felt the weariness of their ordeal settle upon him, though not upon his body. It lay in his spirit, like a shadow, stretching across memory. He recalled the relic's whisper, how it had pressed into his thoughts like a cold hand seeking purchase. It had tried to twist his will, to lure him towards something deep and terrible. The thought alone chilled him more deeply than the mountain winds. Ariswin approached, sensing his unease. You did not falter, she said. Few could have stood against such a whisper. I did not stand alone, Legolas replied quietly. The Wanderer steadied me. A strange ally, she murmured. Strange, but true. Legolas nodded. Yes. They resumed their journey as clouds thickened overhead. The wind grew sharper, carrying flakes of snow that drifted lazily through the air. By the time they reached the lower foothills, the snowfall had deepened into a pale, whispering curtain. We should seek shelter, Linner said, drawing his hood tighter. The wind turns bitter. Legolas searched the slopes. There is an outcropping ahead. We rest there until the storm eases. The shelter proved a shallow alcove beneath a leaning slab of rock. They kindled a small fire, no more than a flicker shielded by stone, and warmed their hands over its gentle glow. Snow gathered at the mouth of the alcove, piling softly in the wind's wake. Ferian stretched his legs with a weary sigh. When we return home, I shall not leave the king's halls for a month. Ariswin smirked. You will last 4 days at most. You tire of stillness quicker than any of us. Then perhaps 5, he conceded. Linner leaned back against the cold stone. The shadow that followed the relic is gone. Yet the Wanderer's warning remains. Tathar glanced at Legolas. Do you believe the North will stir because of what we have done? Legolas stared into the fire. Not because of us, because of what the relic once held and what its shattering has released. Ariswin frowned. But it is broken, destroyed. Yes, Legolas said. Yet its destruction leaves an emptiness where once a sliver of the Nine's will clung, and creatures that dwell in cold and shadow may sense that void. Ferian shuddered. I have had my fill of cold and shadow. Legolas's gaze lifted to the falling snow beyond the alcove. The Wanderer walks towards such things willingly. I do not know why. Perhaps, Ariswin said softly, because he has nowhere else to walk. Snow thickened through the night, but by dawn its fury waned. Pale morning light crept across the ravine as they extinguished their fire and stepped into the hushed white world. The storm had driven many creatures to shelter. No birds called, no tracks marred the fresh blanket of snow. Their breaths misted before them as they crossed the quiet valley. By midday the trees grew denser, their familiar forms whispering of home. The scent of oak and pine mingled with cold earth, Mirkwood's northern eaves at last. Legolas felt a quiet relief settle over him. "We are close," he said. Eriswen smiled faintly. "The forest greets us." Yet even as she spoke, a rustle rose from the branches ahead. The company halted, hands instinctively reaching for weapons. A silhouette stepped from behind a tall elm. It was no foe. It was Caleron, one of Thranduil's swiftest scouts. His golden hair was dusted with snow, and a cloak bore the insignia of the Woodland Guard. His eyes widened as he recognized them. "Legolas!" he exclaimed. "We searched for you these past 2 days. Word reached us of tremors in the mountains, stonefall that shook even the treetops." Legolas approached swiftly. "We are unharmed. What news from the realm?" Caleron's expression sobered. "The king awaits you." Dark whispers crossed the northern borders. Unnatural cold, strange sights in the night, shapes moving along the ridges. "The woods grow uneasy." Farion muttered, "Just as the wanderer warned." Legolas sighed. "It seems the mountain's unrest traveled quickly." Caleron looked at him with concern. "What stirred beneath the rocks?" Legolas hesitated, then answered, "Things better forgotten, and one who walked beside us may know more than he reveals." Caleron's brows rose. "Another traveled with you?" "Yes, a wanderer of the north, but he parted from us before dawn." "That is ill news," Caleron murmured, "for others have seen a lone figure walking north beneath a storm, swift as shadow, silent as winter frost." Ariswin glanced at Legolas. "He wastes no time." "Nor should we," Legolas said. "Take us to my father." They followed Caleron into the deeper woods. Snow softened underfoot. The branches overhead shifted in greeting, their ancient voices murmuring like distant harps. The forest seemed watchful, aware of something stirring beyond its borders. As they traveled, Caleron spoke quietly. "The king fears the north grows restless. He says some ancient balance has shifted." Legolas felt the truth of those words settle upon him like a cold mantle. "Yes," he murmured, "the shadow we shattered was not the end. It was the beginning of something long, sleeping." They approached the forest river, its icy waters murmuring beneath a veil of frost. Beyond it rose the familiar halls of Thranduil, carved into the living rock, a warm beacon amid the winter woods. Caleron paused at the bridge. "The king awaits within." Legolas drew a long breath. The journey had taken him through darkness, shadow, and peril, and though Gortrash was fallen and the relic broken, he sensed their tale had only reached its turning. "Come," he said to his companions, "let us face what follows." And together they entered the halls of the woodland realm, where the next chapter of their fate awaited. A world already shifting, subtle, uneasy, as though unseen threads were pulling taut beneath the waking sky. The halls of Thranduil glowed with warm lantern light as Legolas and his companions crossed the carved stone bridge and entered the great gates. Though the hour was early, many of the Woodland Guard were awake, their faces alert, their movements swift. Whispers flowed through the passages like drifting leaves, news of tremors in the north, strange shadows glimpsed at the forest's edge, and the return of the prince after days of silence. Legolas felt the weight of curious eyes upon him, yet no one halted him. Caleron led them directly toward the inner chambers where the king awaited. As they passed beneath high archways carved with shapes of stags and running rivers, Legolas sensed faint tension in the air, as though the very stones listened. Ariswin murmured, "The realm is restless." "Yes," Legolas replied. "The forest feels what stirs beyond its borders." They entered the hall of the Woodland King. Soft gold light spilled from tall lanterns set along the pillars. The scent of cedar and cool earth rose from the polished floor. Thranduil stood at the far end, near a great map of the northern lands, etched into a vast slab of pale wood. His robes, woven from wintergreen silk, rustled softly as he turned. His gaze found Legolas at once, sharp, measured, and heavy with both relief and questions. "Welcome home, my son," he said, voice calm but tinged with gravity. "You return from a long road." Legolas bowed his head. "A road darker than we foresaw?" Thranduil stepped forward, his keen eyes sweeping the company. "I sense as much, and I see the shadow of danger upon each of you." Tathar inclined his head. "We encountered peril beneath the mountains, my lord." "And we prevailed," Varian added, though his tone lacked its usual lightness. Ariswin stepped aside so that Legolas could speak. Thranduil motioned towards a map. "Report, Legolas. I have felt unease growing these past days. Cold winds that bear ill tidings. What befell you in the north?" Legolas approached, his footsteps echoing softly. "We tracked Gortrash into the mountains," he began. "His band fled toward the Grey Mountains, seeking something more than mere survival. They carried with them a relic." Thranduil's expression hardened. "A relic? Of what nature?" Legolas drew a slow breath. "A shard of a seeing stone, once borne by the Nazgul, shattered, yet still bound to the darkness. Gortrash sought to use it to gather the scattered orc tribes and awaken a shadow beneath the mountain." Murmurs stirred among the guards present along the walls. Thranduil fixed his gaze upon him. "And what came of this relic?" "It is destroyed," Legolas answered, "shattered upon stone, its whispers silenced." Thranduil studied his son's face, searching for traces of deceit or doubt, and found neither. Yet the king's face grew more troubled. "You destroyed it," he said quietly, "a task perilous in itself." Legolas nodded. "It sought to sway the will of any who held it. But with the aid of one who knew its kind, we prevailed." Thranduil's brows furrowed. "One? Who?" Legolas hesitated only a moment. "A wanderer of the northern wilds. He aided us in our hunt. His knowledge of the relic was unlike any I have known." Thranduil's voice sharpened. "Describe him." "Tall, hooded, pale-eyed, a voice heavy with age, a blade that shone with strange power." Legolas spoke these things, though he withheld nothing. When he finished, silence followed. Thranduil moved to the great map and laid his hand upon the northern peaks. "There are few among the free peoples who tread the wild northern reaches, and fewer still who wield any art that bends a wraith shade." "He claimed no name," Legolas said, "only that he had once fought the Nine." Thranduil's fingers curled slightly against the map. "There were many in that age, yet few remain, and those who do not walk among us lightly." Ariswin stooped forward. "My lord, he saved us. Without him, the shade would have consumed us all." "Perhaps," Thranduil murmured, "or perhaps another hand guided him. This wanderer's intent is veiled, yet I sense no malice in what you describe, only burden." Legolas bowed his head. He walked north alone, toward the snows. Thranduil's expression softened, but only slightly, then let him pass. The north has ever been a land of restless spirits. Perhaps his road leads where none of us should follow. He turned once more to Legolas. "But tell me, what else stirs in the depths? What did the mountain reveal? Legolas considered his words carefully. The relic's breaking sent a tremor through the dark places, he said. The cold drake we slew had woken from slumber drawn by its whisper, and the shade its unmaking leaves avoid. Those who dwell in the cold wastes may sense it. Thranduil's face darkened like storm shadow. Then unrest may follow. The north has long been uneasy, even after the fall of Dol Guldur. There is more, Linner added quietly. The mountain felt distempered, as though something old and wounded stirred deep within. Stone has memory, the king said, and echoes linger where darkness once lived. He looked to each of them. Your deeds spared us greater peril. For this you have my gratitude. Ferion straightened, pride softening his weary eyes. Eriswen bowed deeply. Tathar nodded solemnly. Linor smiled faintly. But Legolas felt only a quiet heaviness, the weight of a journey that had not ended, only turned a new page. Thranduil stepped close and placed a hand upon his son's shoulder. Legolas, you sought justice for a fallen friend, and you found it with wisdom. I see the change in you. Subtle, yet clear. Grief shapes us, but it need not rule us. Legolas lowered his gaze. Larthen deserved better. Yes, Thranduil said gently, and you honored him with your deeds. They were silent for a moment. At last Thranduil turned toward the guards. Send word to the northern patrols. Double their watches, and let none travel beyond the forest's edge without counsel. The guards bowed and departed swiftly. Thranduil faced Legolas once more. You and your companions shall rest. In a few days' time, we will convene to speak of what is to come. Ferion stretched with a groan. Rest is welcome news indeed. Eriswen nudged him. Do not fall asleep on your feet. I will consider it, Ferion replied, already half laughing. Tathar clapped Legolas's arm lightly. Come, the halls are warm and food awaits. Even a prince needs supper after facing a cold drake. Legolas smiled faintly. Very well. As the others moved toward the feasting chambers, Legolas lingered. Thranduil watched him with measured eyes. Go, my son, you have earned peace. Legolas hesitated. Peace feels distant still. Thranduil nodded slowly. Peace is not the absence of shadow. It is the strength to walk in its borders without losing yourself. Legolas bowed once more, then turned to follow his companions. Yet as he walked, he glanced toward the great northern doors of the hall. Snow drifted outside like white ash falling from a quiet sky. Somewhere beyond that horizon, the wanderer walked alone, and Legolas could not shake the sense that their paths would cross again when shadows deepened and cold winds carried whispers of ancient things awakening beyond the world of trees. Snow still clung to the boughs when Legolas woke the next morning, though the storm had long passed. Pale winter sunlight filtered through his chamber window, casting slender beams across the carved wooden floor. The elven prince rose at once, for sleep had been thin, broken by echoes of the cavern, the cold drake's roar, the shade's unearthly cry, and the glint of the wanderer's pale eyes as he turned away into the night. Legolas dressed swiftly and stepped into the corridor, where the soft murmur of life in the woodland halls drifted faintly through the stone passages. Though the realm rested in winter quiet, he sensed an unease running beneath its calm, as though the forest itself held its breath, listening for distant thunder. Tathar awaited him near the central stair. Morning finds you early, he said with a knowing smile. We half expected to drag you from your bed. Legolas shook his head. Rest eluded me. That is no surprise, Tathar said gently. What we faced would trouble the heart of any elf. They walked together toward the feasting hall where the others already gathered. Ariswen sat polishing her blade, its silver surface gleaming in the firelight. Farion was mid-sentence in some embellished retelling of their battles, while Linner listened with a look hovering between amusement and disbelief. When Legolas entered, they rose. "Good morning," Farion said brightly. "Tathar told us you had finally woken, though I wager you slept less than an hour." "Perhaps," Legolas admitted. Ariswen sheathed her blade. "Your father sent word. He would speak with us again before midday." "So soon?" Linner asked. "The king wastes no time." "Nor should he," Tathar replied. "The northern woods whisper of unrest." Legolas nodded, taking a seat beside them. "Whatever stirs may not wait for spring's thaw." They ate quietly, fresh bread, warmed berries, and a light broth flavored with forest herbs. But though the food was welcome, Legolas tasted little. The weight of unspoken truths persisted like a stone upon his thoughts. After the meal, Caleron entered the hall and bowed. "My prince, the king calls for you all." They followed him through winding passages to a smaller council chamber lit by soft amber lamps. Thranduil stood at its center, a scroll unfurled before him on a long oaken table. Maps, runes, and notes lay